It's Wednesday. It's Deck Techs. That's how it works. Every single Wednesday, except for a bunch of them where I don't do this. We're live on Twitch. I'm looking at your decks. We're talking about them. We're adjusting them. We're doing whatever we can with them. I don't know. It's just as simple as going to the link down there. We're actually full up for the day currently, but once we get through the 3 to 4 that we have already lined up for today, then we might open up more spots. We are starting off with Electman's Rootha Mastering the Moment deck. This is one of the commanders that I brought to MagicCon. I just took the pre-con, and I guess you can still call it an upgrade, but really it was just like a side grade. I did change a lot of the cards in it. I just wanted the deck to quickly get to the point where it was casting one very big, stupid, dumb spell per turn. I had a pretty good time with it. So Rootha is 4 mana for a 3/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell, then you make an XX elemental with flying and haste, where X is the greatest mana value of instant or sorcery spell that you cast the turn. So you want to cast a big spell before combat, go to combat, make a giant flying haster. And so Electman has said, so this is a bracket 2 deck. Always wanted to do Is It Big Mana? After looking at original Prismari, yeah, like the Dragon Prismari turns your treasures into rocks for spells. Problem is, just felt like a bad combo deck. Okay, wasn't satisfying. Thought Rootha being at 4 mana at first was big, too slow and clunky. I'm kind of on board with you on that, but I've come around to her and want to try brewing something. Okay. So step 1 ramp, step 2 Rootha, with enough to be able to protect her. Yes, I learned firsthand that she is easily shot during our pre-con games. And then step 3, yeah, Windmill Slam, big instant or sorcery. And then kill our opponents with big flyers and opus effects. And the problems are, I don't find my ramp consistent enough, or find the ramp consistently enough. Okay, so like the pieces of ramp, got it. Also know I'm not running the right protection pieces. Feel free to cut Bolt Bend and Stubborn Denial. Oh yeah, because both of those care about ferociousness. They want you to have a creature with power 4, which you don't have in the command zone, but not necessarily the wrong choice. We'll take a look. Try to avoid cards over $30. Cool, can definitely do that. Don't want this to be X spells. Also on board with that. And then, yeah, okay. So, like, not a hard no on X spells, but we don't want that to be, like, the theme of the deck or, like, the only way the deck wins. I support that. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at this list first. All right, can one of the mods please ban Rob the Princess for that joke? After I finish the stream today, I go back to writing more bad puns for the episodes of the game show that we're recording very soon. All right, the deck. I'm gonna expand this a little bit, make it a little easier to see. Okay, creatures. Okay, cool. We've got a little ramp. Little ramp. Oh yeah, abstract paint mage. Yeah, it's so nice to have stuff like this, and there's another uncommon from the set that we'll see if it made its way in here. And then we have some payoffs for once. We're more like mana and stuff. Leitmotif composer, Tella, Prismari pianist, Colorstorm Stallion all care about us casting big spells, or specifically paying mana for big spells for some of these. Stallion, Tella, all the Opus stuff cares that you've actually spent the mana. Leitmotif, Prismari pianist, like most things printed up to this point care just about the mana value. Ooh, okay. X spells like Crack with Power were a big reason that Galvazeth felt unsatisfying. Noted. So I also did not go that route on my my quick build that I wanted for the weekend. All right, sorceries. Okay, a little bit of bread and butter, but we quickly move into the good stuff. So like, yeah, we want spells that draw cards. But then we jump up pretty quickly to some hefty spells. Yeah, Quantum was really nice because you can go Rootha on 4 if you believe that she will live. On turn 5, Quantum Misalignment, make a second Rootha that's not legendary, make 2 5/5 flyers, and then on your next turn, Quantum Misalignment rebounds. You make 3 more 5/5 flyers. Yeah, the going from Rootha into Quantum was real good. Yeah, also full throttle. Extra combat's in general really nice because Rootha triggers at beginning of combat and gives your the creatures that she makes haste, so they can attack on all of the combats. Rapturous Moment, our Opus enabler. All right, and then we got some big stuff up at the top here. I really like Surge to Victory in this deck. It's in the precon, but gives you a clean way to take your opponents out since you have so many high cost spells. Instance, okay. Yeah. Definitely want interaction. People are, ooh, Pretty Days. I gotta get one of these. And then some spells to help us dig. Because also sometimes you just want like, let's say you have a big spell in your hand, but you're pretty sure that one of the other players has a counter spell, like or something worse, you know. You still want to be able to cast a spell on your own turn to trigger Rootha. So even something like Frantic Search is pretty useful in a deck like this. Okay. And then artifacts. Yes, we knew the loot would be here. Also, Tablet of Discovery. So good. So good. 3 mana rock that gives you 2 mana to use on instant sorceries, but doesn't come in tapped like Worn Power Stone does. It's colored mana, and it sort of draws you a card. This is the kind of 3 mana rock that I'm happy to play. right, and this was the one that cares about X is in the costs. So I think we definitely just don't want this at all, right? Like we could just cut that immediately. But yeah, some more rocks. Oh, I see. You're just looking for rocks that like produce 2, because obviously we're not plane jumping either. All right, I will come back to that. I'll come back to that. Okay, and then some lands. Well, number 1. I'm gonna add this Apex of Power because I really like this spell, and it's just not been playable for so long because you have to actually spend the mana for it to get 10 mana back. But that's exactly what this deck, this archetype wants to do. It's such a fun spell. You know what? Give me a second. I'm going to go grab my Rootha deck, and we're going to take a look. Now, I built this very quickly. I wanted to have a Prismari deck to play. I wanted it to be like solidly bracket 2, with the thought that I would upgrade it as I went throughout the weekend. Turns out, MagicCon weekend is pretty busy. So I didn't get the chance to upgrade it, but I did add a bunch of stuff. Okay. Let's start off with I think this is the most important part right here. Right? Is we need to be able to get to the point where we can cast these big old spells. But we also, you kind of want to get to I don't know. It's let me show you the all-star of the weekend. This card was both so much fun and so effective. This is Treasure Nabber. Fairly affordable. He's Dockside Light. Your opponent taps an artifact for mana, and you gain control of it until the end of your next turn. This will go one of two ways. Either you get to use all of your opponent's mana rocks, or nobody uses their mana rocks, and you slow everyone down enough so that you just naturally get to enough lands to be able to cast stuff. It's great. I had a really funny game where 2 of us had Treasure Nabbers out. So when the other players tapped their artifacts for mana, they never got them back because one of us would steal it, and then on that player's turn, they would just tap the artifact for mana and give it to the other Treasure Nabber player, and so it never made it back to its original owner. But yeah, highly recommend this card right now. I think it's real good. Like, you're not no for the most part, people are not going to not play their cards. It's the same as like Ristic Study. People are not going to not cast their spells because they can't pay the 1. They're just going to cast a spell and give you the card. Yeah, Treasure Napper, great. How do you feel about Mana Drain? I don't actually know how much a Mana Drain runs these days. Never mind. Wow, it's still that much? I don't know. I guess I'm I'm lucky because I pulled one of the little garbage versions. This is the Thunder Junction one. But I didn't realize it's still that much. I figured like with this reprint it would have dropped down, but never mind. Okay. I'm going to cut some of these cards. So I think a rock that just simply makes 2 mana that costs 4 is not worth it. It's got to at least have a little extra something on it. A little extra sauce. And also Eternity Elevator. Also slow. Skyclave Relic is nice. Yeah, but I feel like by the point that we have enough to pay the kicker for it, we don't want to be spending it on Skyclave Relic. We want to be spending it on whatever spells we got. Ooh. This is absolutely a Mana Geyser deck. Yeah. By complicated, you mean it seems to go on paper. I mean, like, it's such a good card for this deck. It's such a good card for this deck. Mana Drain. Because like, can you just imagine being like, cast Rootha, hold up 2 mana, and then, you know, if somebody tries to remove it, like you get like a little bit of mana on your turn, but you've also protected her. Or like you wait till the third player's turn, you just counter whatever their biggest thing is that they play on that turn. And also the card is obviously super generically strong, but I don't think that it's worth $70. But yeah, I had a lot of success with like treasures as well, especially when they were attached to things. I was pretty pleased with how let's see. Stuff like Big Score. And Unexpected Windfall played. Man, Windfall's still $5. Because these also, like, depending on what point you are in the game, allow you to hold up mana for protecting Rootha or for stopping something you suspect might be coming, and then end of opponent's turn, you still play it. But also, if you play it on your turn, it's still a 4/4 off of Rootha. I was on. Oh yeah. Because then, along with that, another way that I was ramping was good old Goldspan Dragon. Now, did you get the Precon Elect Man, or did you just get Rootha as a single? Because all the Precons had some nice reprints in them, and this was actually in the Precon. Or when it, yeah, great. Yeah, because Goldspan is pretty good here because if you have it, you can tap out for it, and then like you can immediately swing with it and make a treasure. And hey, that treasure just so happens to be 2 colored mana, enough you need for most every piece of interaction in the deck. And also, sometimes your opponents just go, well, that's a Goldspan Dragon. That's a good card. We have to kill it. And they target it. You get a second treasure that you can use on your next turn. What was the other? There was one other treasure card that helped. Oh yeah, nice and simple. This is a Prismari deck. Prismari Command, I know you see it reprinted a lot, but like this card just is always good. All of the modes are so relevant. Like removes little utility creatures. Sometimes you just need, you're like, I've got my setup, but I need to get to a big spell. So being able to loot is nice. Setting up a treasure for a future turn, and then all like so many relevant artifacts. And then, okay, it depends on what kind of a gamer you are. I absolutely put Seething Song in this. Why is Seething Song $12? What? Man, that's crazy. If you happen to have a Seething Song, would recommend. I don't think it's even close to worth $12 of fun. All right. Oh yeah, and then also from the precon that I was like, yeah, for happy for this reprint. Also, definitely keeping this in. Rousing Refrain. You're telling me I can set up a ritual ahead of time? Like this, the timing on this is also just nice. If you are lucky enough to suspend it on turn 3, or turn 2, then that is then turn 5 that this goes off. You know, exactly after you've played Rootha. Or it goes off on turn 5 and you're like, okay, now I can play Rootha and something else to guarantee a trigger off of it. So yeah, I this has played very well for me. Not a fan of fast mana like this. Come around to some conditional mocks and mana geyser and other rituals. Okay. Does that include Rousing Refrain? Because this is one that doesn't, like Seething Song specifically. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. I definitely feel differently, but yeah, for Seething Song, I like I said, I especially don't think that it is $12 of fun. Oh my god. DD? DD? It feels like it's been forever. DD's been following me since like back in the day. Way back in the day. Before I had my own channel. You don't follow this channel? I mean, but you made it here. Exactly. Okay. More trimmy. More trimmed down. I think that this Color Storm Stallion is pretty cool. But my feeling on it is this is just what you have in the command zone already. Right? This thing is like, hey, you cast a big spell, make a thing. But not as good as Rootha in this case. Like, this is not a bad card, but if we're trying to clear spaces up, that is what its purpose is. Kishire. Oh yeah, don't worry. Goldspan was one of the first things that we added. Ironcrag Feet. This is kind of Seething Song. But what does this actually let you cast? Because you only get one more spell. So you want it to cost at least 7 or more. Otherwise, it's kind of a waste, right? So really, the only things that it's casting well are like Capstone, Apex of Power, Magma Opus, because you can use all 7 mana of it for that. But otherwise, it's actually kind of clunky since it limits you to only one spell, and we don't have good payoffs for it. So I'm going to move this to the sideboard because I think you cut it unless we end up with more big spells that can use all 7 red mana. I think we also cut this Will of the Teamer. We do have a commander that is pretty shootable, that people like to shoot. So we can't. We have less chance that our commander's actually out when we cast the spell, and then we also have to have a good target for this. It's a cool spell, but I think we can actually do better for our top end. Okay, instance, yes. So we cut the Stubborn Denial. Cut the Bolt Bend. Put it in because you like it. I mean, hopefully we can find you some other ones that you like, that you'll like more. I think the Stress Stream is fine, but it just doesn't quite hold up in Commander. Like it's great for if you're if you're drafting, but 5 mana, deal 5 damage to a thing and draw a card. Not good. Especially when we don't even get rewarded for casting this on an opponent's turn. All right. Also, the days, this doesn't work. Like it depends again on what kind of gamer you are, because when you actually do something with days, you might feel incredible, but it's not it. Okay. All right, we freed up a little bit of space. Strixhaven Limited is awful. I don't know that you've ever liked limited set, DD. I don't know you've ever liked. I think it's pretty fine. I don't want them to do it this way often. Like it's a good bit more powerful than your average limited set. Fine. Well, if it was possible not to like Final Fantasy. Ninja Turtles is good, like for 10 times and then no more. How much is Zephi right now? This was a card I also had a really good time with. Wow, it's 50 cents. Absolutely play this thing. I know it's big and dumb, but most of the mana in this deck, with only a few exceptions, it can be used for whatever. Yeah, definitely put Nuzify in here. The card is really fun because you play it, and then you can immediately play another spell for free, because there's no window after Zephi resolves for your opponents to kill it before you can cast the thing for free. So if it resolves, guaranteed you get a spell as long as you cast it right away. And then it also is just like, does he get killed? Probably. But you've still gotten a free spell out of it. And if he doesn't, then you continue to cast, you get another free spell on your next turn. Yeah. Hello, dog boy. Oh yeah, I gotta go back to writing jokes after this for the other ones that we're recording. And hi, nerd girl. So budget build. I mean, it's fairly budget. It's not like a $50 build, but it's like a It's a I don't want to fill this with a bunch of expensive cards kind of budget thing. Yeah, we may be opening up more. We may be opening up more later today. Mention the prices of Fi. Oh yeah. Just because I didn't want it to be like sometimes the new rares are just randomly $1 billion. We don't need that. I think this has come down a good bit because of this reprint. Oh, yep, because these were the only two prints before, and now there's this one. Highly recommend. Here, we'll give you the original because this is everything you want. It's a sizable sorcery, 5 mana, so we get a 5/5 out of it. It is a thing you can play the turn after you've played Rootha. And then additional combat means another Rootha trigger, and it rebounds for the next turn. Cut it for reasons. Yeah, I definitely recommend it. Oh, and here, this is... What? What am I spelling wrong? Dance with. Yeah, I know. I've talked about this before. Also, I know that Mald's a big fan of this. This card is just very fun. This is a really, really fun top end. And also, it often, like, depending on how your curve is structured, you're likely to hit pretty big with this. Like, on average, your big spells are like 6 or 7. So if you hit one, you can keep rolling a couple. Highly recommend. Spell is very fun. Does this card actually work with the density of protection and big mana spells? Yes. And then how much is... I don't remember what the name of it is. Soul. Yeah, okay. Also really nice for your deck with a bunch of high cost stuff in it that wants to cast a big spell. I will say, though, from experience, this is a little annoying to resolve because by the time that you play it, you probably want to hit most everything on the board, which means that like you are going to be revealing a bunch of cards. Like, it's not too bad, but definitely not the cleanest spell to... Okay. And also, since you're getting the precon, I'm just gonna show you a couple that I for sure kept in. Volcanic Salvo, because this is a 12. This is a 12, reduced by total power of creatures you control. So like Rootha and one other creature. Like you've got Rootha and you've played one spell for like 5. That's already reducing this by 8. So 4 mana, kill 2 things, make a 12/12. Yeah, dig through time, 8 mana spell that is usually going to cost you 2. Getting, you have all of them. Okay, yeah, great. Either way, you have them. And these are in the precons, and I think they're really good and should stay in the precons or stay in like the upgrades. Oh yeah, where's Blasphemous Act? I know it's a staple of the format, but this is oh yeah, you can't read. I don't know why they did this, because the whole Prismari thing is checking how much mana you spent. However, Rootha doesn't do that. She checks the mana value. I guess to make it play better with other stuff, but I was like like flavor fail, but okay. Yeah. Yeah, because Blasphemous Act is also particularly good because you can Blasphemous Act before you cast Rootha, then cast Rootha, then make a 9/9 and hit somebody. Yeah, you blast act when Rootha is not on the board. Or also, what worst case scenario, you need 7 mana to board wipe and recast Rootha and end up with a swinging 9/9. Triple triad is pretty cute. They made it key off. Yeah, I mean, I think there's plenty of reasons that they changed it, but I'm just like that's the whole new thing that you did for the set. It doesn't work? Okay. Throw in the old Emperor Palamecia. Oh, hey, look, it not only produces both colors, unlike some dorks here, and can be used to cast your mana rocks, it also cares about how big the spell is that you cast. No manla flip. I don't know. I feel like that's not that bad. If you get to the point where you've cast 3 spells that trigger this already, I think I'm almost never unhappy to have this then. I also added Great Train Heist. Um, this one's really nice because it's an instant. So you can go to combat, do your thing, see how combat shakes out, and then cast this at the end of combat after damage. Yeah, this is very, very convenient. Like it's that also it's like even a mild combat trick since you can boost and first strike your creatures at instant speed. Um, or worst case, your board is just a bunch of little stupid creatures, but somebody's open, and then you go cool. I'll make a bunch of treasures for next turn. Hey, Hire. Hello. Working on a little bracket 2 Rootha right now. Still full? Yeah, I know, right? me and Hire had a really nice nice dinner in Vegas with some friends. Okay. Um Ruth? No, Rootha. This Rootha. Oh. I I ended up cutting this guy. I think this is a really cool card. It's just like it's its own thing. It doesn't like it does synergize with what Ruth is doing, but like in the way that I don't need, if that makes sense. Like if I'm making big elementals, I'm okay. I don't need to spend 5 mana to make another big elemental. Yeah, works much better with Muddle. Allowed to combo? I mean that's more of an Alec Man question, but I assume as long as the combo is bracket 2 friendly, then we're okay with that. Show and tell. Why? Why? What are we showing and telling? Look how many sorceries and instants we have. We have nothing to show. Tell me. What are we showing? What are we telling? Copy it with Rootha. We can't. This is not that Rootha. Different Rootha. It's the new Rootha. Man. They put this guy on the format panel. Doesn't even know about new Rootha. Oh yeah, also you can totally cut the Thunderdrum Soloist. Even though you do get a boost for casting bigger spells, we just are not casting the volume of spells for this type of effect to be particularly helpful. And you can also, I kept Prismari Pianist in, but I feel kind of the same way for this. To me, I feel like the exception is Molten Core Maestro because its payoff is more mana. Yeah. Yep. Um. I think this also means that you can cut Rapturous Moment. Because Rapturous Moment's best use is as an Opus enabler. Because it's like, okay, this does cost. We spent more than 6 mana on it, but really we only lost 1 mana. But it doesn't do anything. Like it's the same thing. We are not rewarded by casting more spells, and since we've lost a lot of the Opus in this, we're just not as worried about it. Oh yeah. Oh, we're on Improvisation Capstone for sure. Uh. Oh, I'll also tell you, I did not cut Magma Opus, but this is a bad card in Commander. This is a bad card in Commander. It's like for 8 mana, it just doesn't do even close to enough. And it's also a little awkward here because the instant speed, you're not rewarded for it being instant speed at all. Like, because you want to be casting this on your own turn. So you don't get the trick out of it of tapping stuff, of, getting 2 4/4s out of nowhere. But I won't cut it because I'm like, it felt like as I was putting this deck together for myself, I'm like, I'm cutting all of the actual Prismari stuff. I can't cut also their biggest spell. Jeskai Rev, yeah, it'd be great if we had white. Temporal Mastery. You totally could do Temporal Mastery. I know for mine, I think I avoided extra turns because I had ways to copy spells too, and I just didn't want to give myself that option. Yeah, all right. Now I got to figure out, do I just make the same suggestion for you that I went with on mine, which was not running any of these rocks? Because if you look at your curve, it already starts at like 5 for relevant things. I like 5 and especially 6. 6 really gets you there. So this was my approach. And it also ends up freeing up spots. I ran no 4 mana rocks. I wanted to be able to cast Rootha on turn 4 if I felt like I could get away with it and not have her killed, or be very happy to play her on turn 5 with a piece of protection. When I built this deck, I thought about running these types of rocks, and ultimately I decided against it because these do help you to cast some of the bigger spells. But I found that the usual play pattern was play Rootha, and she survives to for me to be able to cast a spell. And then she gets removed. Then I cast her again later, and I get one more spell. And obviously, if like she doesn't get removed, you're great. You're having a great time. But like your average game, you can get her to survive for a rotation, whether it's just making the soul read that people are not going to remove her when you cast her on turn 4, or by casting turn 5 and holding up a piece of interaction. But then you absolutely want to just tap out to slam your biggest spell on the board. Then she gets removed. You replay her for 6 mana, you do it again. The rocks don't help with that plan at all. So I think I'm gonna double down. I don't think you run any of these. Exceptions are Thran Dynamo, because this is a messed up magic card. Gilded Lotus, same thing. Like both of these are coming into play untapped. And then the 3 mana rocks are fine because you can play them before Rootha. But instead, you try and line it up so that you have a piece of 1 mana interaction on turn, taking Maul's advice. I think they are negotiable. Because like you still have a bunch. Like this is still a good number of large rocks, and you've also got that mana acceleration in other spots, like, you know, ramp, sort of ramp, ramp, ramp. Yeah, I think we would do Roaming Throne if our budget wasn't under 30 per card. But you could definitely do like you could do what's its face? Harmonic Prodigy as a budget version. Oh, you couldn't actually. Orc Sorcerer. I ran into this when I was upgrading the precon, right? Yeah, Rootha's just got a different vibe. And after having played this deck this weekend, I just had a really good time with that pattern of like, do I think that she survives on turn 4? Play her on turn 4, totally naked. Or do I think she's not going to? Wait till turn 5, or you know, the equivalent, like wait for 5 mana. So it does mean that we need a little bit more 1 mana interaction. Shamans or sorcerers? I don't think so. I think they were just phasing out the use of shaman, but they were not doing the like cephalids are now octopuses thing. Veyron, there we go. Veyron is good. That's the one that we would be looking for. But to me, this is not like it's not really a trigger doubling deck. All right, so your consideration here, because like, let's talk about like Slip Out the Back is one of my favorite ways to protect, but this is actually slightly worse than something like Shore Up. Because, hey, King Cow, thank you. Thank you for helping Hire out there. Yeah. They're just phasing out the use of shaman, not changing it. Yeah, King Cow doing that real work for us. Thank you. So it just depends. This is going to be a little bit more of a meta call on what kind of removal that your pod is running, that the people at your LGS is running, shore up and its equivalents, like dive down or magic damper. This sort of stuff is your ideal because it means that you can protect Rootha on your own turn. Because like a lot of people will just be like, okay, before you go to combat, now kill Rootha. And this means that she stays on the board and you get trigger. Slip out the back means that she's not around, so you don't get the trigger, even though you've saved her. But slip out the back gets you around some other stuff, like farewell, you know, like like any board wipes. So that's, you just have to kind of make the call on that. So we'll keep the diaper in. I don't know. Slip out the back to me is just like so good. Also, the fact that it is sometimes just the removal that you need, since you can target an opponent's thing. I just like it for that flexibility. Yeah. I guess the other thing to consider, I know it's out of your range, but some people just happen to have copies of it. Is deflecting swat. Oh, I think this is one of the decks where you can consult the star charts too. Like this is a great card. Great card. But it's typically for decks that like are happy to play smaller spells. This also or need to dig for specific things. But you just once you get to enough mana, all of your spells do big thing, and a lot of them draw you cards. Like you don't want to really cast that early in this deck. You just want to be putting rocks or dorks on the board, and towards the end of the game, you're just like, I'll take whatever big spell I can get. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So then, like, add one of these. See what you like better. But yeah, they have strengths in different situations. Ashling. Oh, yeah, the new one. Yeah, we are on that. Oh, I would recommend over Hydro Channeler. Any of the other dorks, the new red ones. What is the Edge of Eternities one? That's the one I need. The common Edge of Eternities mana dork, because that I think is the best option here. You could run Sunset Strike Master. The reason that these are better than your other one, Zookeeper Mechan, thank you. is because you can use these to pay for non spell slinging cards. Like these you can just use this mana to cast your creatures, to cast your mana rocks, whatever. So yeah, it's just a better dork for this situation. And the Mechan is a little sturdier as a 1/3 as opposed to the Strike Master at a 3/1. And you don't really need to care about killing flyers. You end up with a bunch of big flyers anyway. Yeah. Well, don't worry. Your Zookeeper Mechan will not flip over either. We gotta shave one more card off of this, right? Because this is the bounce non-tokens. Yeah, no, this card's great. What does not belong? Opus. I mean, yeah, it's the Opus is the real cut for the reasons I said from before. Like it's just bad, but I don't know. It feels so wrong cutting all of the Prismari stuff. Wishful, yeah. Everybody had such a good time making that video. It was ridiculous. Like you actually don't get a good idea of how loud we were from the video, but like, and you also don't get the scope of the full room. It was a huge room, and it just stopped, and everybody was looking at us like, "What happened?" We had people that came up later and were like, "What did you get?" I was like, "This page loosely." I think here frantic search is cuttable. It's just like it's good at padding your numbers for volume of spells, but just not what we're doing. Let's give this baby a quick play test. Cool. Draw. Land. Draw. Land. Signet. Draw. Land. Now here is the point where you kind of make the soul read. Because this, if you're like, I don't think somebody's gonna remove this, then you can play Rootha, and just ripping one land means that you could play a Mana Geyser, but it does mean if you don't hit the land, you don't have a good spell to do. So this is probably just play another rock. You have interaction now if somebody plays something particularly scary. You untap and draw. This is now Rootha, and you have 2 mana held up to be able to interact. Worst case, or best case, nobody does the thing that you have to interact with. You Prismari Charm, you look at 2 cards. You're going to untap with 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. I think the greedy one is take the Deluge, but I think you take the Specimen to guarantee you've got a land drop for the next turn. Draw, yep. So yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. You can like pop a Mana Geyser, cast a Dance with Calamity. So let's see. Let's play Blackjack now. All right, we're at 5. We definitely hit. We oops. And that's why I love this card. So, oh no, we only make an 8/8 flyer this turn instead of casting all this stuff. But yeah. Yeah, you get the advantage that I got to play this deck a whole bunch over the weekend. And so a lot of these tips come directly from how a lot of these cards played for me. Boom, there is your deck list. All right. I think we're going to swap over to Cecil's Xavier Sal list. Check my head a message. Okay. Changes the lands right now. Oh, off the list. Oh, well, do you want me to wait? Because I can do Electman's other list first if you're still working on the deck. Go for it. Okay, do Electman's other list. Okay, sounds good to me. All right, we get to take a look at one of the other pre-con commanders, Dena Essence Brewer. So 3 mana, so you can play her relatively early, and whenever you sack a creature, you draw a card, but only once each turn. I think having what's its face in the Morbid Opportunist in Command Zone is pretty good. Plus, you get this sack a creature to gain life and make counters equal to its power. So there's actually surprising flexibility in how you can build this commander. When we did the upgrades for Decked Out, I had just like brought a pile of stuff for Z to take a look at because I felt like there was an angle that was really missing from the way that they built the precon. Like the deck's fine. It's just the first thing when I saw this card that I was like, oh, like it'll probably do that. None of it. So, Electman says that this is intended for bracket 2. Wanted to use a lot of the new Witherbloom stuff. Plus, got an extra copy of the precon. Yeah, so having some fun with her activated ability. So we're looking to play a cheap creature with large power. Yeah. And then do a big move with that activated ability. Ideally, want the life gain to matter more than the counters. That we can do. And then the issues are, this deck doesn't work. Tried building it to curve out. Try adding some ramp. But it runs into the same issue. Feel like I just see all the necessary pieces when I need them. Might have too many big creatures that only exist to be sacrificed and have to dump all the creatures into Dena without a life game payoff. Or plenty of payoffs and none of the big creatures. Yeah, okay, so it's like a balanced thing. Okay, and once again, trying to keep the price of any individual cards under 30. Keep defiling Damogoth if possible. It's favorite card in the deck. Okay, cool. So let's take a look at the list first, and then we'll see what is to be done. And we focus on actually playing a lot of the new Witherbloom cards. And thankfully, these work pretty well with Dena. Like the Witherbloom stuff works better with Dena than the Prismari stuff works with Rootha. It's not that they don't, but like that weirdness on Rootha caring about mana value as opposed to mana spent. I think you end up wanting other cards. I pulled a full art version of this card. I traded it for a page loose leaf. His Planeswalker is pretty good. Just like a lot of generically useful stuff. And hey, I just might alt and combo you all. So creatures, cool. Stuff that likes counters being put onto it. Love the 1-mana dorks, means that you're rolling into Dena right after. And the nice thing about these is a lot of decks are like, okay, I want to run all of the 1-mana dorks so I can play my commander quickly. And then anytime that you draw those dorks later in the game, you're like, oh, this feels bad. We're happy to have 1-mana creatures because we just grind them up for not that much mana into a new card. Yep. Gotta have Slumbering Trudge. You all probably saw my video on this, that the rate for this is crazy for decks specifically like this. Good. Yeah. Monoist Sentry, Monoist Sentry, Hunted Horror, Bebop and Rocksteady, Rakshasa. Yeah, we got a lot of, yep, the heavy-hitting, low-cost creatures. Love to see it. Treacherous Fire in the pre-release deck. Did you ever play it for 1? But, okay, good. Yes, great. Love to see it. Zoophyte is really nice here. Because you can sack your big guys, then bring them back without the ability that's holding them back. Nice. Damogoth Titan. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're keeping Defiling Damogoth here. Yeah, we definitely keep this anyway. Card's great. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the Prime, Golden. Yeah, you can see that happen in our precon game. That when we do the upgrades, the precons, Z gets to make the Yargle and Multani move. Yeah, Bygone Colossus. Okay, great. And it's nice to see you've found some of the pieces from the first Witherbloom precon, like Tivash. That's definitely the kind of thing that we're going to be wanting to add into anyway. Phyto Titan, also very cute. I found this card originally for the Ashling precon because you evoke it and then it comes back. All right, we got a little ramp in here. Okay, the Berserk, that's very funny. That's very funny. Okay, good. Just some basic interaction. Love Mimic Fat. This was I don't remember if it actually made it into the deck, but as Z and Maud were working on the upgrade for this deck, I showed them Mimic Fat. I was like, please put this in. Please put this in. This card is so cool here. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because Gitrog wants to do a lot of similar things, play a big power thing for cheap. Staff of Completion. What are you here for? I guess we have plenty of life to play around with. The Proliferate has some synergy. And then, yes, Skullspore Nexus is great here. Yeah. What was the tech? There was another thing recently that I was using this for. And then, yeah, Terra Symbiosis. I love that here. Nice, healthy amount of lands. What are you? Oh, Susor Secundi. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we just need this thing to like, we need to run a little smoother. Yes, exactly. The right mix of ingredients. Okay, let's make some trims first. I think you can definitely cut these. Um, even it just because it's I like I talked about this a little bit before on like how many how many points down the line for this to succeed. And to me, these are a little too far removed because you're not a counters deck. So the only way that you're putting counters onto things is with Dena. So you need this on the board and Dena that can activate and a big creature. And then your payoff is like okay, but like you don't need to draw a bunch of cards because Dena already does that. Oh, I need to oops. Need to duplicate. Okay, yeah. Like we don't really care too much about making a bunch of 1/1 flyers. Like this is definitely the better one because those flyers hit our opponent and when they die you're triggering Dena. But yeah, they're too far down the line of synergy for them to succeed. Yeah, I like the thought, but the main issue with them is that is their only purpose. That they are just simply not good at all without putting a bunch of counters on. And the better way to approach that is to look for creatures that serve multiple purposes, like even just Birds of Paradise. So this is a great mana dork, but also it's a really good target for a bunch of counters from Dena. I don't remember exactly how you go. Ah, yeah. Okay. I think this is kind of. I assume this is from the same category of like I want something I put counters onto, but the card by itself is not particularly helpful for you here. I don't know. This one's a little bit better, because you're making more copies of it, and those copies like I'm more on board with this one. Because it plays nice with both things that Dena's doing. So leave that for now. Let's see. Do the Bebop and Rocksteady, like the separate ones, like we definitely keep this Bebop and Rocksteady, but this one, combat damage your player, draw X for extra number of counters. Oh, okay. Yeah, Ochre Jelly is just like is a cool card. I'm not off of it right away. Wait, am I just missing it? Are we not on Rocksteady? Okay, that makes it easy for me. I think the reason like this card is fine, but the big upside is that it grabs the second card. Jadar, I assume, is here because it gives you a body that you can grind up, but that is not our main purpose for this deck. So we can remove Jadar. Let's see. Prototype is great. Pit Automaton. So, just like making mana to use Dena's ability. Don't think you need that. Gwenna. Right. We have a bunch of stuff that would untap her. Cool. Mozio cares about how much life we've gained, right? Yeah, this is excellent here because it cares about how much life we've gained and then reanimates based on mana value. But the deck has a bunch of cards with low mana value that gain us a bunch of life when Dena sacks them. So yes, love that. Yeah, this is fine. This is equal to power, right? Yep. This is another one I suggested for those upgrades. Like that. Love that. Yeah, I think it's just like the counter synergy, I think is we're approaching it from the wrong way. Okay, cool. Talk to me about the Snakeskin Veil and Tamio Safekeeping, Tyvar Stan. Because I would not be running cards like that in here, but there might be something that I'm missing. Because this is a deck where you don't have a commander that's like kill on sight. And a lot of your creatures, you're very happy with them to die. Like, I think I would be cutting all of those. I think I'm definitely cutting Staff of Completion here. Protection in a deck that's easily disrupted by shooting the commander. I don't think that you're missing something. But I think the approach is different. Because removing Dena does not stop. Removing Dena stops you from doing what Dena wants to do. But it's kind of like you don't need Dena to be doing the thing every turn. If we angle it more towards getting a lot, like having a lot of things that benefit from the creatures that you're running, so that like, oh no, you removed Dena, well, I'm still gonna get this other thing that cared about my big creatures. That's to me, that's a better way to approach this kind of deck. So like we'll probably come back to those, end up pulling those out. But okay. Yeah, I think if you instead play different, like approach it differently, you end up not needing those. Cool. And so now, yeah, Golden is kind of on this. Dena is like should be one of your options for payoff for big creatures. But by adding some of the other payoffs, you're never unhappy to just put one of your big dumb creatures on the board. Gitrog in particular is nice because you are like, you know, opponent's like, all right, well, we've killed Dena 3 times because our threat assessment is bad. So now we should be safe. And you're like, cool. Gitrog, saddle, haste, swing. It's a very good Galta deck. And it's so nice that Galta is super budget now. Finally got enough reprints. It feels great to like warp in Bygone Colossus and then cast Galta. All right, now hear me out. Hear me out. You gotta be careful with this one. But it's very funny. Wall of Blood. A lot of you jank players out there know this card. Just a wall. It's nice because you can use it to hold people off early in the game. Because sometimes you're like, hey, you swinging at me with that 8/8? Well, if I'm going to be taking 8 anyway, why not just pay 8 life and I also kill your thing? And then go, right, I'll swing it at somebody else. But then when you get Dena out, this has already been on the board. And you go, great, pay 30 life? Sack it? Gain 30 life back? Yeah. So here's the difference, because I've talked about this, like we've talked about this on the podcast on like, hey, does this compete with your commander on curve? Then you should probably cut low on those, right? I still stick by that. The difference is this is a card that is still relevant and maybe even better not on curve. Play Dena first is an option. Then Have you got 5 mana? Cool. Pay 3, Wall of Blood. Pay a bunch of life, activate Dena, same turn. Yeah. Let's see. Ah, yeah. Here's a nice little payoff for your larger creatures, and it helps your survivability here. So it's just make tokens equal to the sacrifice creature's power, but they're the old pests that like gain life when they die. So that just does a whole lot for you on like, oh no, I need a little bit more time. Great, here's 11 pests for 2 mana. Yeah, I think you would cut something like this. Yeah, I'm not as hot on the plague crafter effect here, but I do like. I do think that some of your utility could also be sacrifice, since that turns into card draw with Dena. Um. Oh, did you? This card can't be going for much, right? Okay, good. I think this card is excellent. I'm not making a video on it because there's no weird stuff to be done with it. It is just really, really efficient. 2 very good effects in 1 card, and it works nicely here. The first part, not as important. Creatures dying, you drain each opponent, but it is a little bit of life gain, and it is something that will build up over time. But more importantly, it is a repeatable reanimate effect. So you're like, cool, I'm gonna sacrifice my little dork, draw a card off of Dena, reanimate like Yargle Multani, sacrifice the Dena. Next turn, I can do the same move again. Yeah. Oh, do you have a Great Henge? That is obviously way more than the $30, but it's another card that people sometimes just have. This is a very good deck for Great Henge. No Henge. Yeah, I don't think I've ever pulled an actual Great Henge, but I did get lucky and I pulled a Party Tree, the Lord of the Rings reskin. I think like Nature's Lore and Three Visits are just very good ramp, but I think you could cut that shared roots and either not have it at all or just have it as another creature. And one of these days we'll put the actual bot in. What other good utility creatures sacrifice themselves? Blood Pet, baby. Blood Pet is either a stupid little guy you play early, and it just happens to be the 1 mana that you need later on in the game, or it just cycles itself when Dena's already out for a free card. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, what's the name of this? I really liked this kind of effect here. So this is removal, but also you discover equal to excess damage. This is another way that you're using your very large creatures for their stats. So we are pretty low on removal, period. Like the retribution is a nice repeatable effect. This is the other one, right? That I want. Yeah, it deals damage equal to its power to a creature. Make 1/1 elves for the excess damage. Doing a very bad job of remembering to label these. I think somebody said this earlier, right? Or did they? Was it a different one? Because I definitely read it initially as if somebody mentioned this before, nice job. I definitely read it as a different card, but it just popped into my head. Oh, you said Dreadnought. Yeah, Dreadnought is not good here, right? Like, let's ignore the price for the moment because it's obviously Dena is instant speed. Okay, right, because it's her first. No. It's okay. Yeah, so it is really good here, but it is. We'll ignore the other part. We'll ignore the number attached to it. Great pack worth it in the style? I don't think so because This build of it is focused more on single sacks of large creatures as opposed to multiple sacrifices for smaller ones, and that's when Grave Pact is effective. I uh how do you feel about this? I'm definitely okay with this sort of play at this bracket, but not everybody is. If you have a jumbo cactuar and you swing with it, somebody is probably dead. Because you swing, it becomes a 10,000, and then you wait for blocks and you just activate Dena to move it to whatever creature is unblocked, which is definitely a one shot and means that you are at 10,000 plus life. I personally think that is fine for bracket 2 because you don't have a way to consistently do this super early. But not everybody, that's not everybody's vibe, but I would definitely be running this. Tenacity and Veto seem win more. I wouldn't say that. Because the thing that we're doing doesn't necessarily win us a game. We're putting a lot of counters onto a thing and gaining life. And they only work actively using Dena. See, that's the thing is like, as long as we have some other ways that the life gain is happening, then it's okay. That's just what we have to check for. Oh, okay. Yeah, then like, so I'll move this to the sideboard because, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Golden, if we are not seeing other good ways of gaining life, which I don't know that we are seeing. Yeah, I think I'm okay to cut this stuff because of that. Veto lets you gain life on the card? Not really. Veto lets you gain life for an extra 5 mana. Yeah, I'm more on board with the tenacity. I think your ramp change into creatures like this is good. We're getting life from Dena Essence Brewer, sacrificing large creatures. Yeah, like Gyre Sage and what's the doubler? Kami of Whispers? Whispered Hopes? I do love a good live streams blessing. Yeah, I really like this. And the gaining twice X life. I think I'm back on tenacity. Veto not so much. Tenacity, yes. What else are we doing with this life? Etherflux. Momentous. Yeah, that and what's the cheaper one? Is it like Life's Blessing or something? Because like this is we definitely want some more payoffs like this. Yeah, and this also gaining life legacy. Thank you. But that one is just card draw, right? Yeah, draw cards equal to its power. Okay. All right, life payoffs. So we can adjust to that angle, I think. Greater good is fine, but I like Momentous Fall because it synergizes with the life. I mean, if it's the most on theme life gain payoff you can get, what if I gained a bunch of life and then untapped all of my lands? Imprint pay life one, the like Phyrexian processor or something. How much is it? Has that gotten a good reprint? Oh, I guess it must have. Thought this was still an expensive card. Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, this is a good one if you can set it up. So you've gained a bunch of life, you spend a bunch of life on this, then you can make creatures equal to the life that you paid, like with size equal to the life you paid, but then you just sacrifice one of them to Dena and you're right back there. Yeah. I'm going to cut this pest infestation because this is like, it's not the most efficient. We don't necessarily need what it's doing. Damn, is it expensive? You mean like cost-wise? I mean, I think it's important to have that kind of thing in here because as far as your deck goes, like you have some stuff, but your curve, like you don't have much going on past 5. It's not necessarily good, but it's sure for no, it's good. It's a good thing here. Because obviously you don't need to like go, all right, I'm gonna pay all my life but 1. But even if you just go like, cool, pay 10 life. And there's flexibility on how you play it. Like you can play it when you have 8 mana available. You get your 10/10 right away. You can play it when you've got 10 mana available late in the game. Sack it to Dena immediately. Or you can just play it early. And like it's especially if you see that somebody has played a very strong artifact and it didn't get removed. That's your cue to go, all right, I got a good shot here. And if I can untap with this, people are in trouble. It's the kind of card where there's for sure a risk, but the reward is every turn for the rest of the game until somebody deals with it, I make a massive creature, and 1 sacrifice to Dena repays me all the life that I paid into it. So like, don't just jam it and not think about it. You've got to get it. You've got to get it in a position that's good, but the upside for successfully getting it is so high. Like, consider this an 8 mana card, period. That occasionally you can cast for less if you think that you can afford the risk. Yeah, plus we just added ways to be able to get that amount of mana pretty quickly. I also think you probably should be on Vicious Rivalry and Toxic Deluge. This fit here really, really well, and your interaction is pretty light. Especially like the fact that you can go like, all right, cool, deluge for 3. All of my stuff lives. Kill you. Okay, good, good. Hello, Implode. So we're at like 103. I think you actually cut this Fighter Titan. Like the idea is good, but I don't think you even need like you don't need this to happen repeatedly. You have enough big creatures that it'll happen for. And also we can cut this Morbid Opportunist. Like that's what Dena does. But it's like the Opportunist is a little better. But this deck just doesn't have a consistent way to do it on each player's turn. What does this look like right now? Draw, Command Tower, Blood Pet, draw. Here's a Verge. And a Rakshasa, draw. You can run out Dena here. You can even draw a card if you want. This already seems pretty great. You have some options here too. Like you probably just put it on Blood Pet now that you've got this setup. So you sack your Rakshasa. You draw your card. This gets 6 counters. Oops. Or 5 counters. We gain 5. You've still got 2 mana open for not a whole lot. The other option is you could play like the Witchbane Coven, which has a form of I don't think I would keep that. Really wants to give me this Blood Pet. Snarl, reveal a swamp or forest, play a Blood Pet, draw. That's a little unfortunate. Play a tapped land, draw. Turn 3 is when Turbulent Fen starts coming in untapped. I think what you want here, you harrow. For a swamp and a forest, you kill a thing with Bitter Triumph, you toss this Beifong's Bounty Hunters. So then on the next turn, great. We have a land. We can play Dena. And a Cauldron Essence, sacking the Blood Pet, drawing a card off of Dena. And then on the next turn, we can go like think you can cut the Spinner of Souls, since a lot of your stuff is drawing you more cards. I wonder if the last thing is like something like Sacrifice or Metamorphosis. These both are sacrificing your creatures. Oh, this is casting costs. We can get rid of that. Are these both actually, these are probably both casting costs, right? Yeah, casting costs, casting costs. Hmm. Yeah, I think you actually don't need this for the same reason I was saying for some of the other cards. You don't need the you don't need the effect to be repeatable. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and your commander. I think this Tyvar is actually worth it here. Being able to activate your abilities right away, especially Dena, turns this into a guarantee on that effect on turn 5. And you have a surprising number of 1s and 2 cost creatures that Tyvar can grab with the -2. And at worst, it's untapping like a Mana Dork. Yeah, you got another one? Yeah, we cut Savante earlier because we don't need a draw engine. Not one that's coming at that late either. Okay, good. As long as it works for you, because I think he's pretty good here. I'm gonna be real. I think that I don't. Oh, these are probably both not like. Hopefully, this price has dropped. It's still $20. I don't think it's worth. I don't think it's worth $20. Oh, hold on. I think it's actually the instance where this is a better option. Okay, so now we have source of expendable creatures, upkeep, you lose a life, and amass zombies 1. But zombie token you control power 6 or greater attacks gains a lifelink until end of turn. So this gives you expendable sacrifices for any of the things that need it. It also, over time, is producing a very large creature. And you can just dump counters onto the army to immediately get it up to 6 or greater to get the lifelink. That I like. Because I was going to say you could do like Bitter Blossom or Bitter Bloom Bearer since it's giving you flyers. But I don't think that they are worth their price tag. Okay. Yeah, I feel much better about that. Cuz here we go like one of those. Here's 1, 2, 3. Ooze beer. No, that's hers definitely an honest mistake. Mine never. Never an honest anything. I think here we go Gyre Sage and then Sentry to evolve this one. Means on turn 3 here. It's just like a little off. If this was an untapped land, it means that we could go land, Dena, use our remaining 2, sack Sentry. I had 4 counters here. Gain 4 life, draw a card. I'm going to pretend like that was an untapped land. Yeah, this seems way better. Yeah, I don't know that you're going to get a lot of good life payoffs here. Because you have all of these other pieces that you're trying to balance. But I'm doing one last like I'm trying to think of a good piece that synergizes with. Yeah, honestly, like to me the payoffs would be like great, we can pay life for stuff like Toxic Deluge. Like if you feel that Reanimate is fine for playing with your play group in this bracket, like Reanimate would be really good here. Those would be the sorts of payoffs that I think would probably work best. Yeah. Yeah, okay, then definitely run a Reanimate in here. Like Reanimate is good on multiple levels for this because it cares about mana value, of which that is the thing that we have. Our creatures have a low mana value. It also like you can hit your opponent's stuff, or it can be another instance of bring back a thing and sacrifice to Dena. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Wendy's. Here, I'm dropping this deck list from Cecil in the chat so you all can take a look for a moment because I'm just gonna run and make a coffee. Um, but I think we should be good for another deck tech or two after this. I'll be right back. Okay, coffee. All right. Yeah, no problem, Alec, man. Tell me how the games go. All right, Cecil, tell me about this deck, because Xavier Sal is this is a cool card, and there's a lot of weird stuff that you can do with it. A lot of different angles you can take. So we're in Sultai. You can tap, remove a counter from another permanent you control to populate, to make a copy of a creature token that you control, or you can tap and sacrifice a creature to proliferate, to add counters to whatever number of things that you want. So it kind of like weirdly loops itself, right? So you can lean into populate, you can lean into proliferate, you can lean into sacrifice or weird counter stuff, or you know, there's a lot that you can do here. Let's see. Saga a booze in Sultai? Pirate captain for talk like a pirate. Having trouble locking down a theme, making cuts. Abuse. Ah, okay, I see. Having trouble locking down a theme and making cuts. Okay. So the idea here is we want pirate commander, talk like a pirate day, but doing some saga shenanigans. Blurb has more info as well. Oh, do you have, is there a blurb in the, I copied this, so maybe, there we go. Okay. It's funny if you can make a token copy of Xavier Sal. Ah, yes. Make a copy of him, keep the new one around, do it again. Feels like I should only focus on counter removal and not untap strategies to proliferate synergies. With so many sagas, you go into Enchantress. Okay. All right, well, let's see what you got first. Examine that first. Oh, hey, look, it's our friend Tyvar. Okay, Tameo, nice to make token copies of things from our graveyard. All right, and then we have these untapped options here. Or also Marvin as a way to get a copy of this. Because like what the idea... Yep. More untap. A little Enchantressy action. If we're going to be focused on sagas. Spring Heart. Very easy way to get our token copy. Proliferate with Malcolm is very cute. This card is really strong, but it takes a while to get to the 4 counters on it, but not so much if you proliferate it. Token copy stuff. All right, and then like some sagas for us to proliferate. More ways to get our big tokens. On tap. Make tokens, make tokens. Okay. Solid start. Tokens. Yeah, we really want to make a good token creature to be able to populate. The quantum misalignment being like the dream, right? Or like Irenica's doing the same thing. Make a token paradigm spell. Well, Riku would be a nice, neat twist. Just pirate in lore, and you can take counters off of stuff. All right, so here's all of our sagas. Yeah, I mean, I think you have correctly identified that this deck is a little scattered. There's some really good ideas happening here. Yeah, Clone Saga and Cloning a Shredder, like, there's some fun stuff happening, but we just gotta, it just needs to be focused. So Cecil, what are the things that excite you the most about this? Because I think you can focus on most of the things that are going on here. I think you could totally go, you could totally go sagas. You could totally go, creature copy, like token copies. You could totally go like untap Xavier Sal to try and do a bunch of these multiple times. But what of those things is that the thing that you'd like to do the most? I really like the saga theme, and then creature copies secondary. Okay, that we can do. Okay. Okay, so the base idea here is sagas have counters on them. When you proliferate, it advances them all to the next chapter. And there are a bunch of sagas that do synergize with what you're trying to do. Like cloning of Shredder and Clone Saga that are producing choking copies of the creatures so that the populate ends up being good too. Or you can remove the counter to repeat it. But Xavier can't do that, right? The right. Remove a counter from permanent. The first part. Yes. Okay. Great. Then let's focus that base. Right. Yeah, because populate does not have a target. So even if you have no creature tokens, you can just populate. It just doesn't do anything. But we're okay with that. Right, Dr. Dabson? It's a good theme. All right, so then I'm going to start making some cuts here. Rootcast Apprenticeship, you need to copy a token, but this itself does not produce a useful token to us. Hostage taker, what are you here for? Is it just that this is like an interesting thing to like copy? Oh, it's a pirate. I mean, I really like Malcolm here. Malcolm here hits on all levels. I won't cut Hostage Taker yet, but I might come back to it. Some of the untapped stuff we definitely cut here. Followers are best option since it can untap lands. I think you have to cut this Alchemist because I don't know what it's untapping other than the commander. Yeah, it's not doing enough. Funny to morph randomly, yeah. Seer because pirate. How are we feeling about intruder alarm? I'm guessing probably not. Judging from more likely to backfire. Right. We don't get the same payoff out of it. What's Esper here for? Oh, Saga on the backside. I think we can definitely cut this Idol Oblivion. We just don't create tokens consistently enough. 1,000-year. Oh, this is here for the untap. Although it does allow us to Xavier right away, so I'm not cutting that immediately. Token copy. This doesn't work, right? Yeah, because both of these are sorcery speed. So untapping on opponent's turns is not useful. How come Bahamut is in the sideboard? Because I think that pretty good saga. A little expensive to cast for this deck. I mean, it's a creature. So like depending, you can like cloning a shredder it. You know, you can Dance of Many it. Or oh wait, no, this is stuff on board, right? I'm thinking Dance of Reanimation. Is there any other ways to get that onto the board earlier? Pitch it with Malcolm. Okay. I could see the argument. We'll come back to it. The Invoke is for... Oh, Invocation. Gotcha. Yeah. No, I like it. Can cut Nature's Chosen? Yeah, because it's only the untap, right? Because it needs the creature to be white for the second part. Yeah, I think if anything, you run Instill Energy over that. This feels like this does a lot of things that you're looking for. So chapter 1 is gain control of an artifact for as long as you control it, but you can keep it around indefinitely thanks to Xavier Sal, and steal more than one artifact. Then the second chapter puts stun counters on creatures, which you can proliferate. Let's see. Jugon is also really good here. Like, produces a mana dork and then starts putting counters on everything, and getting 5 modified creatures should be pretty easy. I don't think this is great, right? Yeah, I'm not missing something, right? I think Bears is not the best. It's okay since it has the creature making at the beginning. I'm pretty low on Menu Dominaria. Because it's, even though the thing that it does, like, okay, great, we can accelerate to it, it just doesn't synergize with the deck. Players make a token to sack or proliferate or populate. Yeah, I don't think it does enough. That's cute. I think you cut the sin. Like, yeah, it does give us like the potential to make a very good token, but like the fact that it's random, um, and we don't have like a great way to pay 7 mana for this. Oh yeah, that's right. And Sholatoyak is also not great because the untaps don't matter since we're at sorcery speed for Xavier Sal. All right. Yeah, I don't think you need Enchantress Draw here, because the thing that you get a bunch of value out of is replaying your sagas. And so you shouldn't run out of things to dedicate mana to. Won't have much in the way of card draw. I don't think it's a deck that needs much in the way of card draw. The things that you're setting up gain you the value. I think the tracker swap out, sure, but I feel like there's a piece here that helps this all come together. See, we would have all the sagas. We'd have. Oh. When you cast a historic spell, copy it, except the copy isn't legendary. Cool. There's another way to make a non-legendary copy of Xavier Sal. But also, this applies to all of the sagas, since they are historic. Basking Brood Scale. I mean, it is fine. We actually don't have a lot of ways to put counters, to put +1/+1 counters onto things, aside from the proliferate from Xavier Sal. Like, it gives us a free thing to sacrifice. I think it's pretty solid here. Maybe cut the Harvester. I don't know. Like, I like this effect because it applies to our opponent's stuff as well. I'm definitely not off of this. This is also kind of slow. This is all right, I guess. Most Chronozoa deck of all time. That is a great card. Yeah, definitely a little worried about how do we get the mana to do anything. Yeah, you know what? I think you cut this whole line. All of these cards that conditionally make token copies, I think it's just a better plan to be able to make them more directly. So either like the things that just kind of do it themselves. And then we don't need a ton of ways to make a copy, because as soon as we get one token thing, then we're... Yeah, proliferating is not the point of the deck, but Tech Uthal in particular is pretty decent here. Because of its ability to remove counters from stuff too. But I don't think it's something we need specifically right now. Yeah, I'm not sure what you are here for. I guess realm sketching being the worst of the options here. Oh, Oaka. I was also thinking about that. It's... I think I don't have a priority for stuff like that. Like, we have a power conduit here. That is also fine. Oaka probably a little bit better than the conduit. I think we want what every creature saga that we can get, right? Or at least the, I don't know, I guess the stronger ones. Leviathan kind of works against us. Oh, yeah, you have this in considering. I would definitely put Mega Sisters in. Also, the fact that it is probably the only one with haste, so it's even better as a populate option because you can swing with it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jugon Defense is in here. What is the thing I'm thinking of? Ton of cards in considering. Aha. Not Twitching Doll. The Offspring one is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Sanctum possibly. Like I think it's pretty reasonable for it to be 2 or 3 mana. Crystal Skull a little less. Tender Wild Guide, thank you. Because that does everything. Oh, see, this is where you want Will of the Teamer. Okay. All right, so yeah, adding in Will of the Teamer, because this is one of the few cards that can make a token copy of any permanent, but it turns that permanent into a creature, which means you can populate it. So the potential things that you can do with this are very, very crazy, and I support that. And then yeah, one of the dorks that I think is good here is Tender Wild Guide, since it does all the things. It makes a token copy with Offspring if we want. It puts counters on, and it is a cheap and well-statted dork. Yeah, with the sagas that aren't summons, but also this is anything. You can hit your opponent's stuff. Like there's so much funky stuff you can do with this. I don't know that we have like the volume of permanents for like a mirror form. Applied geometry. I forget. Yes. This this is fine. And the fact that it puts counters on it too is really nice, but it's only targeting your own stuff. So like you don't have as many targets for things. Like it is nice that you can hit all your enchantments. I think you would keep this. I really like the flexibility of Will the Teamer to be like, great, did you put something cursed onto the board? I'm gonna make a bunch of copies of it because this is your fault now. Yeah, I think with those considerations, we actually can like cut some of the other token makers. This point of your last deck. We won't lean too much into it. I think you still go with Sanctum Weaver here. Echo casting, yeah. The new paradigm. I think it's fine. The thing is, we don't need to make a bunch of copies of things. We just need to end up with a copy of a thing. Because once we have the thing that we want, we just continue to populate that. I don't want that many ways to copy things. It's still, I think, too many in here. Oh, yeah, Clay Dog, that sounds right. That sounds right. Oh, do you actually have one in here? Yeah, I think. Oh, was it, right, because you changed the lands afterward. Cecil, can you post your current version? Because I took your list as soon as you posted, but then you were like, oh wait, I'm doing land stuff. Okay, there we go. All fixed. Where'd the MDFCs go? Oh, I see here. Because those don't get copied. Fell, we're past Sync, Teachings, Disciple, Boggart. So waterlogged, hydroelectric. Okay. Yeah, this deck is a little lacking in things to do early. Once you get to like 3 mana, you're set, but... I mean, like, nice and simple. There's a birds. What's your mana base look like here? Okay, we're not on fetches, so I won't do Deathrite Shaman. Ah, I think you still do it. I don't think it needs to speed up. I think it's just adding the fetches, even if they're bad fetches, gives you some fodder for Deathrite Shaman. And also other players tend to play them anyway, so... Yeah, I know this was mentioned before, but I think the Twitching Doll is also good. It fits our idea here. Counters and tokens. Okay. Delighted. I'm not as big on delighted halfling here, just because you don't actually have that many legendary things, and then it's just worse than like Llanowar elves, right? I think I want to ripples of potential here, and maybe also the like mutational advantage. Both of these help to protect your stuff from board wipes, including the non-creature stuff. And worst case, their instant speed proliferates. Thanks, Bryce. Um, Praising. Um, uh, I think I like the Oaka suggestion from before. It's just like cheap to get on the board early. Yeah. I think this fat chocobo is just like it just doesn't do enough here. Um I could have wasn't there like a didn't they just make something kind of busted? Ah, there it is. Expansion algorithm. I don't I don't know that there's like if you put all of your sagas to the end, like that's got to be good, right? Like that's got to win you the game, right? I don't know. It's actually I don't think it's great because it means they all go away. Yeah. Okay. Sagas from Avatar. Legend of... Oops, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want to see the back. This is okay. Yang Chen actually is really good here, isn't it? Am I spelling this right? What's the white one? What's the name of the white one? Oh, it's white. I don't... White, yeah. What's... I don't know why my brain wasn't working there. And what the black one has a different... It's Rise... And this one is not particularly useful. Yeah, I don't think either of these is exactly what you're looking for. Like, Kuruk is fine, but... I don't think you keep that. Okay, go draw. We can go layer elves. Two or three. I think you want the saga. Actually, these options are not great. I think I just want to get this on the board for the colors, and we do like an Esper Origins. We surveil 2, 1, 2. And I think we want the land on the top for the colored mana. Okay, leave that on top. Draw for turn. Okay. Go add a counter. Play a Xavier Sal. Scry 1. Malcolm is... This is an illegal deck. I know. I wanted to test. I need to know how things are looking. I think we can bin that or put this on the bottom. Okay. There's a forest. All right, so now we have like options. You can just slam Summon Magus Sisters and then sack the elves to proliferate it to get two triggers there, which is pretty good. Or you could play it, remove a counter from like something to set, or remove the counter, set it back, try and set up Springheart Nantuko on it. Okay, land, draw. Land, twitching doll, draw. No matter what, this is 3 mana. So yeah, we're playing Xavier Sal here. You can play like Sususekandi, Station with Xavier. All right, draw. So this is turn 4. This is just, again, drop some of Magus Sisters. Yeah, remove a counter from it. Or sack the doll and move forward. All right. Let me do one with no Mega Sisters. Catacomb there. Nice. Doll. Three there. So this could be Awaken. Actually, it's probably play Xavier Sal and a tap land. And then draw this turn. Do a Fabled Passage into something. This could just be like chill, wait, tutor for quantum misalignment that you can cast on the next turn targeting Xavier Sal. Because this has been getting counters, which you can remove with Xavier Sal. Or Will Assaultai, right? Okay, cool. Because we would be able to cast either of those on the next turn and activate Xavier Sal to make a to populate and make a copy. So that's a great setup there. We do one more. This is not good. Elves on turn 2. Yeah, no. So if an opponent did use a fetch, that means that we could play Xavier Sal here. Also means that we can like drop this, steal a Soul Ring. I don't know. This seems pretty solid. I think one more of those is fine. We don't want to fill it with all of them because they're pretty not great later. Like they are sack fodder, but I don't actually. I think that's actually the thing I want to do, because all of your good sagas start at 3. And like you just don't need a ton of other ramp. And then later they just become great, sack for proliferate. Yeah, I don't know. And to me, I think Bahamut is pretty nuts. And like, yeah, you don't have a way to play it early, but you do need sometimes some things that are later. Works even, yeah, also works even with Marvin, exactly. I will say Jecht has played very well for me. Yeah, so I'd say either one of these. But this wins games. Okay. This felt pretty smooth. Yeah. One more question, of course. Talk to me. Would I cut something for Jecht? I don't know. Mutineer? Yeah. I've had a good time with this card. Because I don't know what it... I guess it's because the scariest part is on the back. But it's like... people won't remove it on the first go round. And then because of his menace, it's pretty easy to hit somebody. And it means next turn you're hitting somebody for 7. Everybody's like, you're going up 2 cards on the rest of the table because you draw a card and you make everybody else discard. You do that twice. Like yeah, this has worked out really nicely for me. Cool. All right. I'm looking at the time. I think we can do some more deck text for today. All right. Wendy's, are you still here? Are you still interested? Oh yeah, we can make the time. All right, I am adding 2 more on. 2 more in the shop. It should work. Please tell me if it doesn't. Ho, 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 ho. Still saying sold out for you? Yeah, it looks like worked out for Dog Boy. Just keep giving it the old refresh. Joe is doing a massive challenge right now on Twitch of to play it. I think 100 or 1,000 games or something without stopping. It's a lot of games. That's okay. Wendy's, you know what? Here's what I'll do. If you do the donation as a normal donation, I will remove the I'm gonna remove the one from the shop now. So it's just gonna show up as totally sold out. And then if you just do a regular donation, then we'll count that one. Like the one time, yeah. Because it'll show up that you did it. And Dog Boy, you'll have to send me your deck lists. Or I guess I should check Discord to see if you did it there, but... Yeah. Well, you'll have to do that, though. Yeah, the plan is to do Wendy's deck first. But if you have the list, because I'll have to take it and copy it. Ho ho ho! All right, thank you, Wendy's. And then send me your deck lists. All right. Let's see what we got here. 5 sea dragons done wrong. Okay. Oh no. Oh, all the Strixhaven drag. Okay. All right. I'm game. Let's figure this out. Okay. Made a primer as a description, kind of. Okay. Not really sure where to go here to improve the deck. It looks like a gimmick deck, but all my playtests have had a hard win turn 8 as long as each land per turn is hit. Getting Niv out and drawing 9 cards from each Dragon's approach and the Dragons clean up. This was a first draft, not sure what to do. Let's likely want to keep it bracket 3. Okay. All right. So the idea, we've got Morophon here we're choosing dragon. We can then cast dragons for Wooburg less, but only reducing colored mana. And then okay, so our base idea is we're running all of the dragons. The new ones we have all of them, right? Witherbloom, Prismari, Quandrix, Lorehold, Silverquill, and then it looks like we also have all the OGs: Galazeth, Prismari, Shadrick, Silverquill. No Quandrix, which I guess doesn't do a ton for us, but oh, thank you, Dogboy. Okay. Yeah, Velomachus works really nicely here. Yeah, first Quandrix does not do anything for it. Okay. And then some supplementary, like Dragon Mage having us wheel. Miram for copies. Goldspan is a good card. Reckless Barbarian is a dragon. For ramp, Ganex for ramp. Oh yeah, and Niv Mizzet Visionary, pretty decent with Dragon's Approach. All right, we're on 36 copies of Dragon's Approach. A wheel, a ritual, a bunch of ramp, and the old Dragon's Approach tech. Locket of Yesterdays, reducing it by 1 for each copy of the same card in the graveyard. And then 38 lands, all mountains. So we really are just going Dragon's Approach, Dragon's Approach, Dragon's Approach to get these dragons out. And he's like Yesterday's. No, we got it. All right, so this is funny. So it's adding an Ash Barrens for color fix. Yeah, to find another mountain. Okay. So we're very dedicated to the Dragon's Approach. In fact, so much that we are kind of we're essentially in mono red. And then we are trying to get these dragons out, continue to cast Dragon's Approaches to be able to win, right? And all of these synergize. Witherbloom's making them cheaper. Prismari is probably the best one here, giving them Storm. Quandrix allows them to Cascade, but that is not terribly useful. Lorehold sometimes giving us... It's funny, by the way, these do interact, Lorehold and Witherbloom, If you draw a Dragon's Approach on the first one, you can cast it for Miracle 2, but reduce that cost by 2 thanks to Affinity, so you just cast it for free. Yeah, same with Locket Yesterday's, yeah. And then this also pretty decent, although the casualty is not going to be the easiest to come by here. All right. Yeah, this gives you the Inkling to sacrifice for the casualty. Okay. Like, we're absolutely on Faithless Looting here, right? All the Rampus turbo out Morphon. I guess that makes sense. Gear per Orrery. Additional land. Okay. And then we are trying to burn through our hand pretty quick. Stormkill was too slow. Yeah, I think that checks out. Brand new. Seems like a good deck for Tablet of Discovery. So you mill a card, which is a chance to be a Dragon's Approach, getting another one into the yard, and that's 2 red mana to spend on more Dragon's Approaches. How do you feel about this dragon? Null Spine Dragon enters, discard your hand, draw cards equal to the damage dealt to target opponent this turn, which, you know, Dragon's Approach. Another really good way to just bin a bunch of Dragon's Approaches. Smaller Niv effect would be nice. I mean, this is a good effect. I don't know that you get. I don't know that you can get a lot of. I don't know that you can get this for much cheaper. For the Null Spine, you mean? 0 dragons, your opponents reach Sarah as a... Yep. This is very funny. I like that it's tricky with the mono red angle. Huh. Couple considerings. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, I don't think you need any of that. Sneak attack? I mean, I guess you could. Because this doesn't go. This doesn't search graveyard, so like you blow one dragon, like one permanent dragon. It. I don't know. It feels so basic, but like this also feels like it wants big score and unexpected windfall. Honestly, even probably like Seize the Spoils. All right, hear me out. I don't know if there's a hard rule on it's got to be all dragons. I think this is very funny for Dragon's approach. Seize gets in the way of the ramp since most of it's 3-drop rocks. Yeah, but you don't have to play it on 3. Play the rocks instead. Then you play Seize later, and you still have mana up to cast some Dragon's approaches. I've been on Bomat Courier in a lot of my mono red decks. But Dragon's impossible. Because what this does, if you play it on turn 1, you swing, exile something. Turn 2, there will be somebody open. Swing, exile something. Turn 3, pitch a bunch of Dragon's approaches in your hand. get probably at least one and then play them. Because, like, to me, Wheel of Fate is not good. Because the problem with that is it allows your opponents to also plan for it. So everybody just dumps their hand, and you are at a disadvantage if that happens. Wheel of Fate is in for Quandrix. It's cascading into with dragons, but that doesn't work. You have 1, 2 with Bomat Corey, or yeah, right? Right? That doesn't work. I guess if you cut the Faithless Looting, then it does, right? Or no. The Faithless Looting still does it. Well, it's just that any of these, all of a dragon's approach is fine if you cut the Faithless Looting. I don't know. That doesn't seem. I feel like once you got Quandrix out, you doing the thing, but if that is a thing that makes you happy, then add Wheel of Fate, cut Faithless Looting, but it seems like not quite the right payoff to me. And then, man, just this, like, this card is just good everywhere. So this lets you get your Dragon's Approaches in the bin faster, and can reduce the cost of the Dragon's Approaches, and can increase the amount of damage that the Dragon's Approaches do. It's just, it's so good. Twin Flame Tyrant. I mean, yeah, that card's good. Has a Gear Ori worked for you? Because this feels to me like it just doesn't. It feels like it helps the opponents a good bit more than it does for us. I guess this is the weaker of the options for this. Helps with extra land drops. I mean, like, yeah, that's what the card does, but it doesn't feel like a deck that's good at doing that. It's like, yeah, if things have gone horribly, horribly wrong, then it lets me draw 3 cards. I don't know. To me, that's not good. I think because we've added some draw and discard, we can at least cut a land, but I don't want to go farther than that. And Rousing Refrain, has this worked for you? It seems like mana is not necessarily the, like... Do you get more fun out early? This Ganex feels not good. I would cut this. I know we're 2 over. I'm going to play test because I want to get a feel. All right, we're going to ignore the Soul Ring because everything works if you have a Soul Ring in opening hand. Draw. Suspend. Draw. This is at 2. Draw. This is at 1. We have a Dragon's Approach. Draw. Talisman is on board. We now have 6 mana. Can approach. This is an illegal deck. It is an illegal deck. I have 2 extra cards in it. Draw. Ouch. If that was a Dragon's Approach, we'd be in good shape. We needed that to be a land or a Dragon's Approach. It was not either of those things. Very unlucky. Draw. Ow! All right. Crazy unlucky. This is also not great, but there's just not that many early plays that you can make here, right? Without the Soul Ring. Yeah. I mean, we got another card. Like I said, every deck works with Soul Ring. Never test with Soul Ring. All of the worst things can be like, oh, Soul Ring. Deck is cooking. This deck is cooking. All right. Do that. We use this 2, 3, 4. Here's a Thran Dynamo. Discard a Dragon's Approach. Draw a card. Next turn. This is still tapped. All right, we go 1, 2, and 3. Cast a Dragon's Approach. We have 1 colorless. We'll also discard a Dragon's Approach. Draw a card. Okay. We use the 1 that was floating here. 2, 3. We cast a Dragon's Approach. Talent triggers first. We discard a Dragon's Approach. We draw a card. Oh, hey. That's 4 Dragon's Approaches, isn't it? So when our 1 on the stack resolves, then we can exile all of these. Hey! Mofo Silver. How's it going, man? So yeah, here... I don't know. My instinct is to go like Null Spine or the Dragon Mage. We cast 2 Dragon's Approaches this turn, right? Or did we cast the Talent on this turn? Two casts. Yeah, 2 casts. So then you go Null Spine Dragon. Enters, you discard your hand. And draw 6. Okay. Land for turn. Soul Ring. Soul Ring triggers Artist Talent. Discard Dragon's Approach. Draw a card. You are still tapped. Yeah, see, now, and now at this point, we're like, okay, it's turn 5. Oh, we didn't have extra red mana for the level up. But now, yeah, we can do so much. So we have 4 more Dragon's Approaches in the bin. So much you can do here. We do have the 2 dragons in hand, which lends a little bit of weight to Morphon, but I think I would just like, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 to put Morphon down. We can then still play a Dragon's Approach, get 1 more dragon onto the board. Yeah, like, okay, great, cool. I don't want these dragons in my hand is the thing. Like, I guess you can cast them off the Morphon, sure, but Scroll Rack. I mean, what? So it's 15 cards. So you're inevitably going to get something into your hand. Man, that's that much still? Whew. I mean, you could Valakut's Awakening and drop a land. I think is a real clean, like, one way to do that. Yeah, I would cut this. Like, you have to have it pretty early for it to be good. Like, you have to have turn 2 to be good. Any of the same name payoff cards in this? I don't think outside of, like, because you have Pyromancer's Ascension, you have Spellweaver Helix, which you talked about today. You have Thrumming Stone. But, like, I don't know. This seems to be like a very silly deck, and I think Thrumming Stone pushes it past a certain, like, potential point. And I don't think you need them in this, especially like keeping it mono red, because Pyromancer's Ascension is just giving us an extra copy, so extra damage. Other than Thrumming, yeah, but in red. Bergie would be decent because you have, if you play the front side, you get that. But the back side is also pretty good. The D&D Red Dragon, I cut that. I cut that. Yeah, because I think we have Locket. I think the payoffs, like the same name payoffs for this, are just not quite worth it. Because Spellweaver Helix is good when you can put the one copy of the thing that you have and then one of anything else, but we have so few spells, period, that the likelihood that that happens is pretty bad. Yeah, so had you seen that before when it was up on my old channel? Twinning glass is bad. Yeah, it's pretty old. It's pretty old. I don't know what your last cut is here. Three is the Dragon's Approach. Four is a Dragon's Approach. And I guess I sacked the Barbarian for a Dragon's Approach. So now we have three in there. Oof. All right, we need to hit one Dragon's Approach here, right? Draw two. Ah! Barb? Oh, bar for more. I don't know. I guess this is just a different, like, to me the Morophon is like super secondary because Dragon's Approach is just so much more efficient. Because like here I'm just like, okay, flashback looting. Because like on this turn, now you Dragon's Approach into something. Blech. Yeah, not keeping the two lander. Yeah, these are like these are all you can't. I don't think you can keep this. Like I don't know. I wouldn't. But let's say okay, because we had this hand like 2 hands ago. Yeah, this is just bad. Like you can't keep that. Yeah, terrible. So you have to end up with something relevant, but the number of relevant things are like 5. Yeah, can't keep that hand. Like there we go. Okay, so you go 1, 2. 3. Here's turn 4. Play 2 dragons approaches. Yuck. Play Morphon. Sit here. Get saved by this lore hold. Upkeep, discard, draw. Upkeep, discard, draw. Upkeep, discard, draw. Our upkeep, discard, draw. Only have 3 dragons approaches in here. Yeah, I added Valakut's Awakening. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, when this draws bad, it draws really bad. Yeah, you can. If I missed it, I missed it. But it's just like the miracling did not change too much. All right, so here you Valakut because you can go. You probably keep the gold span, but these you can put on bottom. Yeah, here's turn 4 with 1 Dragon's Approach. Turn 5 with like, you probably want to gold span. Blah. To like big score. Ditch a Dragon's Approach, draw 2. This can be like play a Dragon's Approach, but like we still don't have. Ugh. Add in the card that bottoms something to draw. Do you know which one specifically you're thinking of? Because I can think of like some basic ones, but like volcanic something. Yeah, that we're thinking of the same one. Oh. Hold on. Definitely a good deck for Scepter of Eternal Glory because all but one of your lands have the same name. So this is probably a 4 mana, 3 mana rock. Yeah, I think by the nature of this deck, we're already pretty committed to not interacting and just trying to burn our opponents out. I don't know that you need this Urza's Incubator. I think it's too narrow. I think the other rocks are just better. Yeah. Okay, so I think it really is just like you have to. Yeah, do it. Like, do you keep that? I guess so. No, stop drawing the dragons. Right, here's turn 5. Okay, on this turn we can go 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7. Morophon. 1 mana left. Yuck. All right, because here we can go. Here's a Silver Quill for 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can tap then everything. Put that 1 for Witherbloom. Which is fine, I guess. And then we can Dragon's Approach. And Pray. Yikes. Yeah, what do you... I don't know that I have much more for you without, like, changing the heart of the deck. Here's a little something. So it's it can just be 2 damage to something. So you get a little bit of removal. And then the actual enchantment part is when you deal non-copy damage to an opponent, you exile that many from the top, and you can play those cards. It is a little scary because it can't hit your dragons. Like, you do want to wheel as much as you can. It's just like, I don't know. It sits in a funky place of like, what do you want to kind of optimize this? Like, you can do like, you know, Wheel of Fortune, or if we're not dropping $500 in a Wheel of Fortune, you can still do like Reforge the Soul, Wheel of Misfortune. I don't know. You probably I think you would just have to restructure how this goes. Because, like, for me, I would just abandon the whole Morophon thing. I would just be dragons approaching. Yeah, Valakut Exploration is only going to get you 1 card per turn. In that case, you might as well play, like, Count on Luck or something. Because dropping the Morophon plan means you also then get to drop like some of the greedier rock stuff like Soul Talisman or Basalt Monolith. Casey Jones, I mean, like, oh, I know you don't want to drop more fun. That is why I have not done that. That's why we're sticking to this concept. Yeah, no, I specifically mean drop the Morophon plan. Uh, but yeah. I'm saying if it were me building this deck in a way that I personally enjoy, I'd be fine to do like Morophon in the command zone or literally any 5-color commander, but I would just not be centered around casting this period. I just be like, great, I got my 5 colors. Now I'm going to like aggressively wheel and loot. And my dragon's approaches are going to then, like, the game plan is here and not here. Add Ur-Dragon to main. Like, that's not even, I think once you get to do the dragon's approach thing, you're set. Because you have other dragons that are able to do the drawing for you or like find the thing that you're looking for anyway. But I think setting up the dragon's approach, the actual like exile and search as fast as possible is I would change that idea to focus on that as opposed to the Morophon to later be able to possibly cast some of the dragons. Artifact that lets you add stuff from graveyard to bottom of the library. Yeah, there's a couple of them, but they're all not great. I think I don't mind something like this a little bit more. Yeah, like there's Junk Troller or like Rado Lantern or stuff like that. Scroll Rack, I don't remember exactly how much you... Because if you did like those, personally, I'm not on the Soul Talisman here, and then you did like... And then you did the fetches. Yeah. See that I support. Yeah, I'm just not high on Valakut exploration. I'd rather Virtue of Courage or Count on Luck. Man, I know it's more of my like my way to do a deck like this, but I don't like the Basalt Monolith because it's really its only purpose here is cast Morphon earlier. But like the first thing I want to do is the Dragon's Approach stuff. Faithless Looting. Turn 3. I think it's just Dragon's Approach. Turn 4, you go because we're missing one, right? Yeah, we need one more. Oh, I guess I should have flashbacked Faithless Looting there, but we can go Tableau Discovery, Mill of Dragons, perfect. Because now we play our land for turn. That is the 3 mana we need to cast the last Dragon's Approach, exile 4, and find whatever it is that we're gonna put on the board. Yeah, we keep this. Draw, talent, draw. We cast a Faithless Looting. Talent, discard approach and draw, then draw 2 and discard approach and Power Stone. Play land for turn and chill. Miram. Am I missing something? Draw. It's not being a land is rough. Cast a Dragon's Approach, trigger Artist Talent, discard. Like Belladros, draw. Oof. Gauntlet of Power. I think I don't want to be doing that on turn 5. Three, turn 4, turn 5. Terrible. Should not have cut that hand. That's totally my fault. Yeah, can't keep that. Can't keep that. Yeah, and this is assuming that our friends are very generous with us. Barbarian. Approach. 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 Approach with the 4 that we need. It's rough. I think you really need some stuff to go right. And I think you have a lot of slots like even if it here's a Soul Ring playtest, which like I said means nothing, but still not like ideal. So we can go second Dragon's Approach, deal 2 to something. Here's turn 4. Cast this, I guess. Draw. So here we can cast Morphon. We can try and Dragon's Approach into more stuff. I think that's just what I would want, right? Because to go Dragon's Approach, we look at 9 cards. Like, it's close. Want more discard and draw? Yeah, me too. Me too. I want more discard and draw that I can just, like, do. Name of that enchantment that gives every land cycle for 1 Tectonic Reformation. I love Snort. That card has been great. That card has been genuinely great. Yeah, I don't think we need the barbarian because we're just like not looking to turbo. We don't need to, like, even if you're on the Morophon plan, since which is deck and you are, you don't have to play Morophon fast because you don't get a ton of benefit from a quick Morophon. What's the miracle wheel? Oh, I don't want this though. I don't want this card all and draw that many. I want to be able to burn my hand and then pitch a couple and draw back up. I think if we're adding these pieces, then these end up being not as important. God, Artist Talent is so good. I know we're still illegal, but I'm going to play this now. All right. Nope. Can't keep this. We get so ruined if we don't draw into a land. Okay, we'll take that. Draw. Turn 2. Turn 3, Dragon's Approach. Draw. Turn 4, Tablet of Discovery. Mill this. Play a land. Cast that Dragon's Approach. Draw. Vista. We're still like one off. So we can get Dragon's Approach, Dragon's Approach. The next Dragon's Approach gets us there. New Wheel of Fortune Prepare creature. It's okay, but we have to get down to no cards in hand, which is actually not ideal because we would like to be able to get rid of a couple Dragon's Approaches. But to prepare that, you need to be at one card in hand, unless you're lucky and somebody else is. Ooh, we'll not keep that. Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, see here, I guess we go snort. Because now our next turn goes mountain, approach, boom. Because like now we're in great shape. Yeah, like on this one we go land, Faithless Looting, draw 2, pitch approach, end approach. Turn 2, here's a scroll rack. Turn 3. Play the mountain. We approach. Turn 4. It's like just 3 of these, yeah. I guess we snorting. So that means this is turn 5. We somehow, I think, do not have enough. Yeah, we still only have 3 Dragon Torches in the graveyard. So I think this is what, because we can't go up. Dang, we just also got unlucky here again. It would be another turn before we... Yeah. Cathartic Reunion here is very nice. Bin. Next turn allows us to go lock it and approach for 1. Here is not a whole lot. Scepter. All right, so here is a turn 5. Morophon pass? Yikes. Drop Niv for 4. 1 for a Dragon's Approach. We draw 9 cards. All right, and now this Dragon's Approach will get us a dragon. Okay. I think for this concept, this is I'm pretty solid with this. Like if I was doing it just Dragon's Approach with 5 colors, then I would dump like a bunch of the rocks in favor of more wheels. And I would probably like trim a bunch of dragons. But if we're committed to this very like silly concept, then I think I'm pretty satisfied with this. Just got to be very careful about your mulligans. Yeah, focus more about the 5 color dragons. So in that case, here you go. No Tiamat. I mean, like, yeah, but think, because like it means you have to have more fun out and cast Tiamat, and then it grabs you 5 dragons, but our reduction is not great for the dragons, which is kind of why I would be off the Morphon plan anyway. But I don't know. I think what this is a very fun way to use all of the new dragons together in a way that does function. Yeah, and hopefully some bits of this help you to approach a little quicker. Yeah. The artist talent feels great here. Tablet has been pretty great too. All right. We got one more for today. Let's take a look at Dog Boy's. Ooh, whoa. This is a. What are we looking at? Current list is all the heroic repartee spellcraft permanents. First task, no editing. Just decide which color combination is best for a heroic repartee spellcraft mechanic. I have additional decks made to give you better lists once you pick the color combo. Okay. So then I just need to look at this. Okay, so yeah, our focus here is triggering these things. Okay. So like obviously white is the strongest. White has some of all of these things, right? It has repartee, it has heroic, it has spell or magecraft. Like black has some strong stuff for it, but not the depth of cards. Like same for green. Green probably being the worst for this. Yeah, I mean I think the clear base will be white black. Does it have to be? Because I would say your best combination is Boros for your base because they have representation for like white has everything and red has a good bit of magecraft and heroic. Plus, both of those colors are very good at targeting their own stuff and casting some little spells. And then if you wanted to have a third color, you would it'd be like a little blue or a little black depending on what you're doing. Because all the repartee is in white black. Okay, wait. Okay, so hold on. But I thought the challenge here was decide which color combination is best for this combination like the three things. Because to me, white red for sure is the best for to get the most out of those three mechanics. But are we automatically starting with white black? Okay. Well, you will have to tell me. Do we are we required to start with white black? Because it sounds like you've got some deck lists to take a look at afterward. But if you're asking the straight up what combination do I think is best without, I think it would be start with a white red base. Because you think repartee is the best of those abilities. I mean, I feel like the only repartee that I would miss without black is like this one. Prefer not boost. Oh, Boros, as I have too many Boros stacks. Okay, well then we go white black, and if you're looking to not Boros, then your splash is blue. And so either just go white black or add blue in. I assume I want to now. I'm gonna call it Esperanto and Marcus. I got my Marcus deck. It's Marcus aggro. But yeah, yeah. To me, Boros base is the strongest, and then you would add like one of the other colors. But if we are avoiding Boros, then it is white and black, and probably adding blue. So now, what's the next step? List in the Discord deck channel. Okay. Okay. Wait, what do I do with this now? What do I do? Because I see your 3 lists. Am I? Oh, do I go to then the Esper one? Because like, yeah, this is the combination that I chose, right? So are we going off of that? Cool. Okay. Grahatia. So whenever you cast a non-creature spell, pay X life equal to the spell's mana value, then make a 1/1 and put that many counters on it once each turn. Okay, and so doing this with a focus on the heroic, repartee, and magecraft. There's already a little bit of like tension between what you want to do here, because your commander wants you to play one big spell on each turn. One big spell. Make a big creature. Repartee, magecraft, and heroic want you to play a bunch of little spells. So let's see if we can find a nice way to put those two things together. It's nice that this does provide bodies for you. Yeah, like it's they're not so conflicting that they cause issues, but hopefully we can find a way to align them in a way that works even better. You pick a different commander. That I might do. What Esper commander is happy with us casting a bunch of spells? Bunch of like little targeted spells, probably. I could see this as maybe like Jin Sakai, where all of you are using a lot of combat tricks. Um, this could be a real funky like Saruman of many colors deck, since he cares about double spelling. Um, that's tricky. Oh, right. This is not quite what I want. Right? Rafine. Yeah, Rafine is a fine generic commander. Yeah, you're right. There's not a lot. I mean, like, if we're gonna be real, Killian Ink Duelist is incredible for this deck. Like, if I was building around this, I'd build Killian. Because that's just like doing exactly what you want. It gives you a cheap creature for you to target. It reduces all of your stuff as targeting. Like it opens you up to be able to play a whole lot of stuff. You like the new Abigail better? It kills blue though. I would gladly kill blue for Killian in the command zone. All right. I think we can leave Grahatia for here for now. Like this is the Orza version is Discord too. Yeah. Um I think this is very good. I think Killian is worlds better. With Boros Splash Blue, who would be the commander? Let's see. Hey, Jesus. Yeah, of course. We got Magic to talk about. Hinata. Oof. Hinata would be sick. I've been saying that Hinata is really it is just gotten so much better. Um, but this could also be like Kaikar. Um, uh, it could be like Sokka. Uh, it could be like the newer Elsha. Yeah, which one did you want to do, Dogboy? Hinata? All right. Okay, so tell me some details about where you want this deck to be. Edit the first list, delete out the old colors. Okay. This like this one? You mean? Cool. All right, yeah, here we go. So reducing stuff for each target and increasing the cost of our opponent's stuff for each target. All right, so now all right, yeah, I love the idea of like getting a bunch of little creatures out early that benefit from this, and then just doing like, launch the fleet. Oh, there. Hold on. There's a card. Voracious Bibliophile. I've been wanting to build this deck for forever just so that I can run this. When you cast a spell with one or more targets, draw that many cards. All the available heroics. Oh, there's another. What's the Drake? Storm something. Storm. Volatile, I think, is the one that I'm looking. No, not this. What's the one that you can target? Storm Chaser Drake? Maybe that's... Yeah. Being starting a spell you control, draw a card. Which is essentially heroic. Okay. So let's go through. We'll start trimming out the ones that are not great. Body's good. Pump good. Pump and protection good. Oh yeah, definitely you. Cool. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, see all the cheap ones, these are great payoffs. This one's auras. Probably end up cutting you. Oh yeah, this one can go. Oh yeah, that's one terrible. Enchantments. This doesn't do anything in Commander. Discard and draw. I'm not against this one yet. That's not enough. Yeah, that card's great. That's very good here. Hi, Nerd Girl. Yeah, we've been deck checking all day. Let's see. Counter on that is not bad. Ooh, locking something down. 3.5 decks. No, we added more. Bad. Too expensive. Enchantments. Enchantments. Although that one destroys enchantments, but... Oh, Zada. Okay, this is a good... Zada doesn't work with Heroic. Copy for each... And then each one... right, because you're not casting a spell on it, but it does work real well with Magecraft. We'll come back to you. Copies aren't cast. Yeah, it works really well with our mage crafters. And it works with Valiant. We can leave it for now. Cool. What are you here for? This does not do the thing. Ah, okay. All right, we'll come back. We'll trim some of these spells. So we want to be targeting our own stuff. The only good spell mastery. Oh, I mean, is that? Let's launch the fleet. Is this make creatures? Oh yeah. Because we are going wide, and that's pretty free. Yeah, we need spells that target that are positive for us. That's an interesting little challenge. Oh. We definitely just like want feather in this though, right? Fireball, that it doesn't work that way. You do have to assign an amount of damage. Heaven's Gate. Oh, right, these. Yeah, the ones that target everything. But that's the thing is like so we can use these. But it kind of we missed the point of running Hinata, which is that we don't have to play these spells that don't do anything. We can play real spells. Fireball for 0? What am I thinking of then? Yeah, I don't know what I'm thinking of. But no. This is not correct. We want Here's change of plans. X target creatures connive and you can have any of them phase out. So nice and flexible. Was Illuminator not here? It was not. Oh yeah, it's just because it's just one of these abilities. Yeah, Mentor's pretty decent, but like I'm looking for so here's Open into Wonder. Make X target creatures unblockable, and when they hit opponents, draw a card. That's what I'm looking for. Prismatic Boon. Protection, yeah, like this kind of stuff. Because like if we're really focusing on the heroic and the repartee, like we want to be able to do positive stuff to our things. Otherwise, there's not really good reason to take this angle. Elements just it's like a targeting thing on each player's, right? Like we can put generic good Hinata stuff in, but I just like I it feels like there's these things should exist, right? Aerial formation. What are you? Oh yeah, this is fine, but a Johnny's presence, because this is another one of the strive things, right? Yeah, that is not great. So they're what? Everything is like dealing damage. Where's the stuff that helps my creatures? Toss some Mavinda in there, be able to cast her stuff in the graveyard. Still not the spells I'm looking for. But definitely worth being in the deck. Am I just like... I really could have sworn that there were more things that worked this way. Yeah, right. Yeah, because I saw Disorder in the Court, but like that's not what we were going to do. This is hard. Um... Glimpse? What is that? Tap X. Yeah, but this doesn't target. This doesn't target our stuff. Man, it just might be that what I'm thinking of really isn't... Like, we can still do a bunch of spells that are single targets that get reduced by 1 for Hinata, but I really, really could have sworn that there were more that are targeting multiple things. Yeah. All right. Well, I think then we do a bunch of stuff that works really well with heroic and things that gets reduced a little bit by Hinata, and then also include some of the better Hinata cards to support the play style. Yeah. So like now we do run stuff like Glimpse. Um Gliumps. Glimpse of the Sun God. Yeah. Just target everything after you've declared your attacks. Oh, actually even better. Reality Spasm. Declare your attacks, target all of your stuff and all of their stuff, untap. Or no. You have to choose tap or untap everything. But this is similar to Glimpse. Hide on the Ceiling. I think I'm going to avoid the blinks because a lot of the payoffs for heroic are like put a counter on this. I think I'd rather have like March. Like March of Swirling Mists. Have them phase out for protection. Oh, that's mean too. Icy Blast is they don't untap. Okay, so this is working out. So now we have like the aggro side for heroic, etc., and we have yeah. Oh yeah, Prismatic Boon's in there. And then we use spells to kind of back up our combat. Oh yeah, it said Gridlock too. And I want to say with all of because we have this is 1, 2, 3, 4 tap things already. I wonder if Verity Circle is then particularly good here. Apostle's Blessing becomes free, or well, pay 2 life to give something protection. Unexplained Absence also really good with this. Winter's Chill? Oh god, what it cast before combat before defense is chosen. Destroy X target attacking creatures. X gonna be greater than the number of snow lands you can. My god, that's great. Yeah, Red Suns is very cute. You destroy artifacts, but as long as you can hit 5 or more, then you copy them for the turn. Little Smoke Spirits aid. Actually, combat tutorial is just, this is 1 mana, draw 2, put a counter on a thing. Open into Wonder. I think we have that. Yeah. Yeah, now we need more stuff to target our stuff. Like, it doesn't have, we don't have to worry about the multiple targets, but I'm like, now just our bread and butter, like, let's trigger it cheaply. What the heck is Phantasmal Form? And turn up 2 target creatures with base power, 3/3 flying, and become a and draw a card. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Donatello Science, tap of 2 target creatures up to 2 target players. You draw a card. Hey! Yes, you love to see it. That's what we're talking about. Ooh. Wave of Indifference. X creatures can't block. So you say all your stuff can't block. Also, I targeted all of my stuff. Oh yeah, Baral's Expertise, because it bounces 3 things. So it's 2 mana, bounce 3 things, and cast something 4 or less. Yes, we're cooking now. Distorting Wake is kind of busted. Bounce X things. But what else are we targeting our stuff for? Ooh, this seems... Also, I just like this card. Last Agni Kai. So this is going to end up costing 1 mana for your creatures, which you've been building up stronger and stronger, to fight something and then make a bunch of red mana to cast other stuff. Let's see. We have good old Shelter, Protection, and draw a card. Fists of Flame seems good here. Draw a card. Like I think we're gonna want some of those like feather spells. Oh, this is because this returns 2 value 2s or gift a card and 3. Yeah, love that. So all our guys are little. Daring Discovery. What are you? The 3 target creatures can't block and discover 4. I like the idea. I think Discover is pretty weak in our deck though. Okay. So let me take a look at some of these creatures because we do need to cut some of them, and I think the ones on the top end are probably the ones more likely to get cut. Yeah, we're just not casting stuff big enough for Dika. Yeah, this is definitely good. Good. Does not give us enough of a payoff. I actually think, I don't know, Mentor's probably what we want to do here. Yeah, we do need lands. That's why I went back to cutting stuff. I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, the Verity Circle I think I'm really happy with here. I think that ends up being super strong. think this is too expensive. And I think actually Archmage is not what we want to do in this deck. I think you cut this guy. Oh yeah, we removed this because this doesn't do anything. Oh man, this card's so bad. Okay. Lands. I don't think there are specific lands that are super helpful to us, like utility lands for this. We also have like put no. I wonder if this deck does not really need to ramp because we have so many small creatures. Let's see. All right, latest on red. Yeah, because like colored pips in this are going to be important since we have so many like 1 mana things or so many things that are going to be reduced down to 1 mana. Clearly, this is a what? Temple of False God deck? I don't think so. All right, you could obviously run more than that, but I just picked the ones that like actually target that we're okay with. All right, I think I just got to cut a couple more creatures. We actually don't think we play enough, like, for Stormkiln to really be worth it. We have a deck here. Let me give it a quick little... If we draw... Land, draw, land, charger, hit somebody for 2, draw. This should come out in untapped on this turn. We go... Let's see, if we pay 2 white for this, then we don't have another one. All right, so we probably just put like this guy out. Draw, really needed that to be a land. Okay, so then we like combat tutorial, target here. We exile this card, great. We draw 2. Play this as our land for the turn. Nothing we play off of that. Okay, draw. Yeah, we're a little light on lands, as expected. I actually don't know that we get enough into the graveyard fast enough for Octavia to be good here. Oh, Smoke Spirit's Aid's in, don't worry. I think that's pretty great here. I think the Monastery Mentor is just not exactly what we're looking for. I think our number of like single targets is not great for Zada, but like the upside of Zada is so high. No creatures. Okay, cool. Draw. Tower. Sage. Draw. Sure. City of Rest. Control. Oh yeah, this is better. Play Phalanx later. Draw. Shivan Reef. Are we missing spells now? Why this cannot deal us an even hand. Interesting. We'll put our card draw engine out. Draw. Turbulent Springs. Sure, but now we have no spells. What the heck? All right, well, I mean, like, if somehow our opponents let us have this board, we're in great shape, but what the heck? It gave us one half of the deck only. I mean, like, I guess normally we would just look at that hand a little more closely. It does not want to deal, like, a random hand. Draw here. City of Brass. 1 drop. Draw. This gets a counter on it. This turns into a thing. Yeah, Charger, I guess, is the best. Swing. Here's a Sulphur Falls. We are still struggling for... Weird. Because we know there's like 35 in the deck. And we have not being able to get a single one, I think is just... We're really getting wrecked by the variance here. I just want to get like a reasonable feel for it. Draw. Here's a Foundry. Battlefield Thaumaturge. Sure. Here's a Plains. I guess we're looking for possibly more cards. Draw here. Okay, Plains. I think we chill on Hinata until we can hold up March of Swirling Mist. So for 4... Hey, Ishmore, thank you. Sure, we'll throw a Feather out there, which probably gets shot in the face, but... Draw. It's all just been, like, slightly off. I really think that, like, just we're getting wrecked by the shuffler right now. But I think this is a good base for what you're looking for. It's a fun marriage of, like, the aggressive, heroic stuff with a strong commander and then some of the tricks that go with it. But a lot of those tricks let you just get in attacks for free by either tapping out or making stuff not block. Like, you get to kind of control the board and continue to hit people while you do it. But there you go, Dog Boy. There's I think a really nice base. It will probably need a little bit of tuning and like through gameplay. Like in reality, it probably just needs like a couple more lands. But I gotta go. It has been my time. Yes, I think Killian is I think Killian is the best if you're trying to if you're really focusing on repartee and heroic, because of things it allows you to play. But I think this Hinata angle is very interesting. It's definitely the more unique deck for it. All right. We'll send you over to our friends, the Magic Mike's podcast. Looks like they're getting started up. Thanks, everybody. It's a very good day. You kept me very busy. This was great. Good variety of decks. Some funky challenges. Really appreciate it. I will see you all soon, probably next Wednesday. I don't remember. I don't know exactly what our schedule is, but we got a lot of filming coming up. So I have some jokes to write. I will see you all next time. Goodbye.